Mr. Mayor, we're live now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the regular council meeting of May the 26th to order at 9:04. Do we have anybody for open mic? Go ahead. Please state your name.
Slide the switch towards you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and Administration, everybody online and attending. My name is Colin Carbonic, and I'm representing Forever Canadian. Last year, 450,000 people signed a lawful petition asking, do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? A small group of volunteers from Wetaskiwin area spent 3 months gathering signatures to provide a voice for Canadians in Alberta and Wetaskiwin. An opportunity to sign was extended to all citizens of Alberta of voting age and all current city councillors and mayor. During the campaign, we met with hundreds upon hundreds of proud Canadians. An ongoing sentiment amongst folks signing, including some sitting in front of me, was, I can't believe we have to do this. Most of all, we heard, thank you for doing this. So we would like to thank everybody that signed last year. So on June 12th at Jubilee Park here in Wetaskiwin from 2 till 5 p.m., Forever Canadian Unity Bus will be coming to Wetaskiwin. This bus will be handing out free signs promoting Canadian unity. I would encourage residents to register online to receive a sign at forever-canadian.ca and to receive information going forth about local events promoting Canadian unity in Wetaskiwin and around Alberta. I encourage Mayor Bronco and City Councillors to attend the event. I humbly ask Mayor and Council to unanimously declare the intentions to make sure Wetaskiwin remains a part of Canada. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. If so, is there any additions to the agenda? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to remind you that we republished the agenda and there is a delegation today. The library is here. And
Yes,
then we also need to pull item 10.2 as we're still waiting for legal advice.
Thank you. I do have that delegations item number 8, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have that here. Delegations. So is there any additions or removal? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, could you please turn on your camera? And
It is on.
no, we don't.
On my thing it is, but to my side, it's got an X on it. I'm trying to get on it. But on where it shows my mic beside my camera,
Okay. I'd like to add in section 14, closed session, additional section 29, advice from officials, please.
thank you. And any other one? Anybody else? Councillor Mark?
I'd like to add into new business the letter we received from Dan Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs. And I would like to have something to closed session added, just personnel for mayor and council, please.
Thank you. I would also like to add in closed session regarding the meeting we had with Minister Rick Wilson, some information, and also some personal information regarding council. So any further? If not, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? All of those in, Councillor Billingsley?
I'm so moved.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. I move that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for May 12th, 2026 as, I'm going to say as presented, but I do have a question to administration.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I'm thinking we're going to need an FIR on this. It's my understanding that the mayor was provided a script for the public hearing and it wasn't followed. My questions are, who sets parameters for the public hearing? And because the script was not followed, does that process of the public hearing put it in peril?
Am I safe to assume it's just an FIR and you don't want an answer right now? Or
Can you answer this right now or an FIR?
part of it?
How long before 2 weeks then?
It would be this week we would have an answer.
I'm okay with that. And then it would be published to the agenda, or to the, that's fine. Thank you. For me.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess if part of the information can be shared now, I'd like to hear it now, if that's all right. So what pieces might you be able to share with us?
The public hearings are controlled through the Municipal Government Act, and so the script is developed based on the information that must be provided for a public hearing. And whether or not the mayor not reading the script put the process at jeopardy, we reached out to a lawyer after the last meeting, and we're just waiting for an answer back from the lawyer.
So the motion is adoption of the meeting, of the minutes. All those in favor, as amended or presented? All those in favor? Carried. Consent agenda. Councillor White and then Councillor Nielsen.
I'd like to pull 6.1, 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 from the consent agenda.
Please, can you slow that down? 6.1,
9.1,
9.1. Okay,
9.2,
okay,
9.3.
9.3. Thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
Those are the motions or the items I was wishing to pull as well. I move the council approves the council consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. On to new business, or do we pull 6.1 now? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to do a point of privilege. In our last P&T meeting, the mayor made an insensitive racial remark that made me personally feel very uncomfortable. Most, if not of all, council had to stop the mayor from continuing with these remarks. Joe, are you prepared to address this today?
What did I offend you? Go ahead. I'm prepared. Go ahead.
As I said, you made insensitive racial remark.
What was that remark, please?
It was after you had, I guess I'm really
fell
struggling.
asleep?
I'm struggling.
Is that at P? Go ahead, say it.
I'm not prepared to say what you said.
Well, I don't know what I said because I can't think of it, what I said that offended you. Was that one out we were at P&T or was it in council?
It was in our P&T meeting where you made an insensitive racial remark. We all
That I fell
and
asleep?
We all stopped you from continuing on with that conversation.
Is that because I fell asleep and I said my eyes looked like?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, well, I'm willing to take If you think I'm going to apologize to that, you're wrong, because I didn't think I felt anything wrong what I did. When I do smile, I look like I can't say the word because that offends everybody. But it seems that I'm the only guy who gets to offend everybody, but nobody ever offends Joe. But that's okay. I respect your opinion and move on. Or what would you like to do? Sanction me some more? Your call, Dean.
No, my question to you was, are you prepared to address this? That's it.
I am. I told you, I said I'm prepared to address that. I said something that, to me, I don't know what to say anymore because whatever I say offends everybody. So, I don't know. I'm prepared. It won't happen again, I guess, because I got to watch what I say. I guess I have to have a muzzle over my mouth when I am talking. But I'm prepared. What do you want me to address? Apologies that I said that?
If you're asking me, that's totally upon you.
Well, if I
I'm done
offended
with,
somebody,
as far as I'm concerned, I'm done with this conversation. If you want to continue it, you may do so.
well, if I offended somebody, I'm sorry. But from now on, you will hear me when you guys offend me. You'll hear from me too. So I'm sorry if I offended anybody, but it's about time we all grow some guts in this council. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, do I offend you when I don't wear socks when I was in council? Because that offends everybody. I'm just sorry. Hey, adoption of the minutes. Or we did that already. All of those in favor?
Sorry, Mayor Branco, we're actually
Yes.
on a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. And I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. We did already, I believe.
We need a motion.
Okay, all of those in favor? Laura White?
I move that council approves the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried. The new business, 6.1.
I move the council accepts the council action task summary report as of May 14, 2026 as information, and I do have some questions, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead, Wayne.
Thank you. On the council action task summary form, there was an item there with regard to enclosing garbage containers on Main Street, and the report was to come back to us for this meeting, and so I wanted to see this item pulled so that I could get access to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I apologize. I did have a last-minute lawyers meeting this morning. It is in an FIR process, and I will get that off to council today. And then, yeah, by the time it's pulled, are you thinking throwing it into new business, or you want to talk about it now? Because I could send the FIR right now if I need to. No, I just need to get you the information first.
You can't just speak to the information, Sue?
Yeah, I can read it.
Yeah, that would be fine for me.
Okay. Ms. Lewin's going to read it.
Good morning, Council. So the question came up on May 12th, 2026 at our regular council meeting through motion 165/26 that council directs administration to provide an update on or before the next council meeting on the status of enclosure of garbage bins on Main Street behind Starbucks. So our response to council is, under the approved development permit for the Starbucks building at 4910 55A Street, dumpsters were to have been placed in a screened enclosure in accordance with section 7.8.4, subsection 4 of the land use bylaw. This requirement was not enforced when occupancy was first granted in March 2020. Planning and Development was informally advised in December 2025 that the property had been sold but was not given the name of the new owner. The ownership information on the certificate of title was updated at Land Titles in February 2026. Planning and Development then reached out once more to the previous owner to attempt to facilitate communication with the new owner. The previous owner met with Planning and Development and proposed contributing to the cost of screening. Ultimately, however, the funding mechanism proposed by the previous owner was not feasible. Earlier this week, Planning and Development confirmed with the previous owner that the city will not seek to involve them further at this time. And this week, Planning and Development will be writing to the new owners to address the matter directly through the usual enforcement channels under the Land Use Bylaw and Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. Can I proceed, Mr. Mayor?
Any further question, Mr. Nielsen?
Yes, may I proceed? Thank you. Through the chair to administration then, given the change of ownership and now reaching out to new owners, what do we have for a timeline on this?
Through the chair to council, I don't have the specific timeline that this would be, so the manager of planning and development can run up right now and answer those specific questions about timelines. But if we do send a letter to the new owner, so we don't have an email address or a phone number for this new owner, we just have their mailing address. So depending on when they receive the letter and if and when they respond to that letter, that could extend the timelines. But if there isn't compliance with our enforcement, then there could be fines issued.
Compliance generally has some expected timelines attached. Do you know off the top of your head what those would be, Kathy?
Through the chair to council, so it really depends. So because this is a small construction project, I'll call it, to put the enclosure up, we might give something between 30, 45 days to complete it once they receive notification, just so that they have a chance to get a contractor, construct the enclosure, and get everything completed.
While I respect the difficulties experienced because of change of ownership, the sooner for me that this happens, the better. And so when we talk about timelines of 30 or 45 days or 60 days or whatever it is, the original issue came forward in September. Then there could be no action taken because the ground was frozen. Now we were delayed because of ownership changing, and I respect all of that. But this is a pretty simple issue that's taken 3/4 of a year to address, and I would like to see it expedited as quickly as possible. I think it's an eyesore for our community, and especially for people coming into our community that haven't been here before, that perhaps the first sight they see is a bunch of unsightly garbage bins on Main Street. Thank you for the report. I look forward to seeing what the timelines are.
Any further? Councillor Laura White?
Thank you, Mayor Branco, through the chair to administration. Reading this council action task summary report, there was an item I was looking for that I don't see, and that being the reserve policy. When we recently approved the policy, it was in an incomplete form, and in order to not lose sight of that, I was expecting to see it on the task summary, so that we can have a timeline of a date of when it's going to get done and some comments around the tracking of pieces that are outstanding or the progress that's made. My question is, can this please be put on the report? And if not, do I need to find friends to get it on the report?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I'm just double checking our agenda review because I believe we had it at a future council meeting coming back. We still need to bring it, so administration is looking at the discussion around the potential changes. We'll bring it back to P&T or committee of the whole or whatever that form looks like moving forward. And then we would bring it back to council for final approval. So I'll double check that it's on one of those two agendas, but that's where we would capture it because it's just an administrative next step rather than we're waiting. Like the motion was approved to approve the policy without those changes that were talked about. And so there's nothing really to follow up on a council motion because it was approved. So we've dumped it into this other process so that we can continue that conversation with council. And I'll double check and then I'll let you know exactly where it is.
Through the chair to administration, and what is the other process?
So there's that tracking sheet that we use for agenda review committee, and then the P&T agenda are the two that we're putting things into. So I'm just double checking the council agenda one first. And if it's not there already, it'll likely go into the P&T first and then into the council agenda for final approval.
Through the chair to administration, can you please advise me how I get items put on this task summary?
Are you just looking for us to reopen it as not approved?
No, I'm looking for section 6.8 and 6.9 to be developed, presented to us, and approved. Similar to other policies that have been on this list so that we keep track of them and don't lose sight that there's this outstanding item that needs to get,
Yeah,
that we're just waiting for something on?
We'll just reopen it.
Okay.
Okay.
And then it'll be on the list?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not? Can I have a motion to move?
Mayor Branco, there is a motion on the floor by
Okay.
Councillor Nielsen already.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Public hearing. None? Delegations.
We do have a presentation that goes along with this.
Go ahead.
Sorry, we're just waiting for the slides.
Thank you.
So I'm Christine Hutchinson, Library Director at Wetaskiwin Public Library.
I'm Brandon Bover. I am the current chair of the Wetaskiwin Public Library Board.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share a brief overview of the Wetaskiwin Public Library's 2025 year in review. 2025 was a year of growth, increased engagement, and continued efforts to meet the evolving needs of our community. Today, I'll highlight some of the key ways the library supported residents through literacy, technology, programming, and community connection. As we reflect on the year, we are proud of the progress we've made in strengthening the library's role as a community hub. The library continues to be much more than a place to just borrow books. It serves as a welcoming space for learning, technology access, social connection, and lifelong education for residents of all ages. Next slide. In 2025, we welcomed 47,917 visits to the library, while being open to the public for just over 2,600 hours. Staff provided more than 10,000 reference transactions, helped patrons locate information, access resources, and navigate services. We also supported residents through over 5,000 technology assistance interactions. Next slide. The library is an important access point for technology and online resources in our community. Last year, we recorded 24,724 website visits, 4,953 public computer sessions, and 39,611 public Wi-Fi sessions. These numbers demonstrate the continued importance of providing free access to technology and internet services. Next slide. Our collection continued to support strong community demand. The library maintained a collection of over 38,000 items, including print materials, non-print resources, and electronic equipment available for borrowing. Next slide. Our library plays an important role within the regional library system. In 2025, we sent nearly 17,000 items to other libraries to fulfill holds requests, while bringing in 13,000 items for our patrons. This helps ensure residents have access to materials beyond what we can physically fit in our walls. Next slide. Community demand for library materials remained very strong. In total, residents borrowed 97,208 items in 2025, representing a 16% increase over 2024. We saw continued growth in digital borrowing with over 15,000 ebooks and e-audiobooks, circulations showing that residents are increasingly accessing library services both in person and online. Next slide. Programming continued to be a major area of growth. In 2025, staff delivered 442 programs, including 83 digital literacy sessions, with total attendance reaching 7,734 participants. These programs supported literacy, learning, creativity, social connection, and digital skill development for residents of all ages. One major success in 2025, next slide, was expanding services for adults and seniors through the addition of full-time adult and senior program coordinator. This allowed us to significantly increase outreach and multi-generational programming opportunities. We also expanded our homebound delivery service, ensuring residents with limited mobility could continue accessing library materials and technology support. And in response to changing family needs, we introduced Yodel players and cards, which were borrowed 854 times in its first year, quickly becoming a very popular addition to our collection. Next slide. Investing in staff development continued to be a priority. Staff participated in professional development opportunities through Yellowhead Regional Library, the Stronger Together Conference, and Indigenous learning opportunities, helping ensure staff continue building the knowledge and skills needed to best serve our community. Next slide. We were also very fortunate to receive grant funding in 2025 to support important initiatives, including summer student employment, our summer reading club, and seniors programming. Next slide. We are incredibly grateful to the many local businesses and organizations that supported the library programming throughout the year. The funding opportunities and generosity from the community helps make enhanced programming and community experiences possible. Next slide. These slides showcase a few examples of the way the library connected with the community throughout 2025. From Seniors Week, which welcomed 175 participants, to a highly successful summer reading club. Next slide. With more than 2,000 program attendees, we continued creating opportunities for literacy, learning, and connection. Next slide. And next slide. We hosted community events like our Mother's Day high tea, a baby rave, and a Twilight-themed party, which helped us engage new audiences and create meaningful experiences for families, teens, adults, and seniors. Next slide. We also contributed to community events such as Welcoming Week, the Canada Day Parade, National Indigenous Peoples Day, and the Downtown Market, and other outreach opportunities that allowed us to bring library services beyond the walls and into the community. Next slide. And next slide. I would also like to recognize and sincerely thank our many community partners. The library's success is strengthened through collaboration, and we are incredibly grateful to the organizations, businesses, and community groups that worked alongside us in 2025. Next slide. None of this would be possible without the incredible work of our dedicated staff and volunteer library board members. Their commitment, creativity, and care is what makes the library such an important part of our community. Next slide. As we look ahead to 2026, we remain committed to continuing to serve the evolving needs of our community and building on the momentum of 2025. On behalf of the Wetaskiwin Public Library Board and staff, I would like to sincerely thank Council for your financial support in 2025. Your investment helps ensure residents have access to literacy opportunities, technology, lifelong learning, and welcoming community space. We also recognize the financial pressures facing municipalities, and while the reductions to the library's 2026 budget will impact some services and operations, we remain committed to adapting thoughtfully and continuing to provide the strongest level of service possible for our community. Thank you again for your continued support of the Wetaskiwin Public Library. Our board chair, Brandon Bover, will now provide you with an update regarding our charitable status.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am pleased to report that as of April 29th, 2026, the City of Wetaskiwin Public Library Board has received notice from the Charities Directorate that our charitable status has been reinstated. This means that the Wetaskiwin Public Library does not have to pay the revocation tax, as all conditions to reinstate the charity were met. The City of Wetaskiwin Library Board is committed to ensuring that we do our part regarding our financial reporting moving forward. Our library director and city finance have worked hard the last 2 years to develop clear processes, and we are proud of all the work they have accomplished together so far. It is their dedication to our organization and the community that made it possible for our charitable status to be reinstated. We recognize that council and members of the public have had questions about how this situation occurred, why it took time to resolve, and what safeguards are being put in place moving forward. The issue was identified in early 2024 and immediately brought to the attention of both the Library Board and the City of Wetaskiwin Finance Department. While this matter initially appeared straightforward, the process proved more complicated than anticipated due to the challenges regaining access to the library's CRA charitable account, changes in authorized contacts over time, and the need to ensure all required financial reporting was complete and accurate before reinstatement application could proceed. Once the appropriate information and account access were secured, the library and city engaged professional accounting support to assist with the process and ensure that correct filings were completed. Throughout this period, the library continued to accept donations and donors requiring charitable tax receipts were accommodated through the City of Wetaskiwin to ensure continuity. We are grateful for the collaborative efforts of the library administration and city finance, whose persistence and dedication were instrumental in achieving this successful outcome. We also recognize the importance of learning from this experience. Moving forward, the library board is committed to strengthening internal processes and working with the city to establish clear contingency measures to support continuity during future transitions in staffing, board membership, or leadership. This includes maintaining up-to-date authorized contacts, clear documentation, and stronger safeguards to help prevent a similar situation from occurring again. Ultimately, accountability in this matter is shared. The library board's role is governance, oversight, and stewardship, while the city's finance department supports financial reporting, internal controls, and CRA-related filings on the library's behalf through our established service agreement. Throughout this process, both the library and the city work collaboratively to resolve the issue and strengthen processes moving forward. We have also used this experience as an opportunity for advocacy. Concerns were raised with the Honorable Mike Lake regarding the challenges small, volunteer-governed organizations face when navigating the CRA Charities Directorate. We appreciate the patience and understanding of the community throughout this process and remain committed to transparency, responsible stewardship, and maintaining the public's trust as we continue to move the organization forward. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our library director, Christine, for her outstanding dedication, leadership, and commitment to both the library and our community. Her continued efforts, along with the hard work of the entire library staff, make our library a welcoming and valuable resource for all. We are truly grateful for the passion and care they bring to their work every day. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Oh, I do.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thanks. My question may sound a little silly, perhaps, I'm not sure. As you presented today, Christine, the numbers you present are pretty awesome. Sorry.
Thank you.
They seem to be large numbers for a small community. And I'm wondering, do you take time to compare the kind of numbers you're looking at here with other communities? And I'm not even sure what value would be, to be honest with you. But I'm curious as to, sort of the numbers don't mean anything to me in relation just by themselves. But perhaps in relation to other communities, it would give us a better perspective on usage, so to speak.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. No, I think that's a great point. I believe every community is different. So, as you mentioned, like it is difficult to say how our numbers necessarily compare. But for our budget presentation in the fall, I'll be sure to have some comparison numbers so that we can see kind of where we're stacking up with some of the libraries that have similar or communities that have similar populations to us.
And don't go to a bunch of work just to satisfy my curiosity.
No, I'm also curious.
Oh, okay. And then the next thing I wanted to comment on is what I would call community development and the kinds of programs you're running. And how do you determine needs in the community so that you can develop programs that meet the expressed needs of the community?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, our programmers work very closely, with the individuals who come and take part in our programming. So a lot of it is they're learning kind of right on the ground from the people what people want to see in our library. We are also, again, we have a lot of community partners that that we collaborate with, and so learning from them what they hear from their clients as well of what they're interested in seeing, and then developing both programming that we know are traditionally strong as well as unique programs that will meet newer needs or newer trends or different things like that. But we know too, with there being an aging population, that adult and senior programming is becoming more and more important because of that, and that need for technology assistance right now is incredibly huge. So we have definitely amped up that because of that boom in the older generation.
Okay. And my last question, because we're coming into budget, and I'm not talking, my question isn't about dollars. My question is, as you provide more and more services in the community, if you had a magic wand for your library operation, what would you need or hope for in relation to staff, which then projects out to programming?
Yes, to the mayor, through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, we do need more staffing. The thing is, we don't have the capacity in our building to have more staff or more programs. We're pretty much bursting at our seams right now. And to have more staff come into a space that can barely hold the staff that we have and the supplies that we have and the hosts, the programs, and the people that we have attending, it wouldn't work. I don't think that the fire capacity would allow that. So we would need to look at that piece before we can look at increasing staff numbers an incredible amount. To get back to where we were in 2025, we would need to have our budget at least increased to what it was previously. And so that way we could open those extra evenings again. But as far as it comes to having additional programming and additional staff for programming, that would require an increase to our building.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for what you do for our community. And thank you to the volunteers and the board members who support you in that job. Your efforts are appreciated and acknowledged. Thank you.
Councillor White?
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to our presenters, thank you for presenting. I'm very proud of your work and the services that the library provides. Thank you for coming to showcase that publicly. Further to one of Councillor Nielsen's questions, could you explain a little bit about the process that went into the plan of service? Because that speaks to what programming do we do, and I don't want to say why do we do what we do, but some of the choices that have been made for the activities of the library.
Through the mayor to Councillor White. So we went through a plan of service process in 2024 and the beginning of 2025, and provided an opportunity for community partners, board members and staff to provide feedback as to what they'd like the library to offer and what they'd like to see with our library. And so once all that data was collected, the board and myself went through it and collated everything and found the kind of recurring themes to determine what it was that we want our plan of service to reflect so that we're meeting the needs of the community. And in there too, there's guidance of what programs people are interested in having the library offer.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor to accept this. So I move the City Council accepts the library report as information.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Oh. Thank you, passed. Thank you very much for your presentation and keep up the good work. Move on to Committee of the Whole. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we could just take a quick few minutes and I can give you a call because we need to get your camera on.
Okay, sure. We're good to go? We are good to go?
Yes, Mayor Branco, we are live.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back for that little break. Moving on to 9.1, quarterly financial report.
That's what
Yes?
Just looking for clarification from council. Do you want us to go through the report, or are there just specific questions?
I believe Councillor White has a question to 9.1.
Councillor White, did you want to hear the presentation or just ask your questions?
I'm good with just questions.
Okay.
May I, Mayor Branco?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Administrative support first. Sorry. Do I need a motion? That's what I was looking for. Okay. I move the council receive the 26 first quarter financial report for the period of ended March 31st as information. Now, my first question is, on the second page, the bullet point around expenses that says all 2026 budget reserve transfers have been recorded with the exception of the interest earned on reserve balances. This will be recorded at the end of 2026 and year end. My question around that is, help me understand, I need help from administration to understand what all budget reserve transfers are. Because in my mind, I don't think we've made a decision around transferring the 2026 surplus.
Good morning, Council. So budget reserve transfers are numbers that you budgeted in the 2026 budget.
Yep.
We then transfer that to the reserve part of the budget. Examples include the reserve for infrastructure, for recreation. We move it from the budget as budgeted. We have transferred to reserve and from reserves in the budget, and we're just saying we've now moved it to the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair to administration, those transfers are from what was budgeted last fall and approved in, I think it was in December, and it's not part of the 2025 surplus.
Through the chair to Councillor White, that is correct.
Okay. Through the chair to administration, I had notes that 2025 surplus would come to us for decision in May of this year. Obviously, I don't see it on the agenda for today, but I suspect we can't do it until we get the reserve policy straightened out. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor White, at the last PNT meeting that I was in attendance, the decision was that the reserve policy be finalized first. Okay. I had disclosed the cash surplus to council at that meeting, and that was council's decision at that PNT.
Okay, thank you. All the more reason to track that on that CATS report so we don't lose track of it. One more question, if I may.
Yes.
On the page that has, I'm just sorry for my descriptions, little yellow lines at the top and the little blue lines throughout the bottom, and then some summary pieces. And I have numbers that say transfer from reserves, transfer to reserves. 2026 budget was budgeted to transfer to reserves $3,422,000, and says actuals to March 2,668. But on the previous page, when I read all the 2026 budget reserve transfers have been recorded, how come is the number of what was budgeted and what's actual to March different by $1 million?
Councillor White, I'm going to need you to repeat that slowly, please.
Yeah, sorry. This page doesn't have a title. Sorry, it just says it's. Let me see. It's the third page of the written pages. There's a section called revenue, and then a section called expenses, then net operating surplus or deficit. It's in that section. Talks a little bit about changes to TCAs. The next lines down is transfers from reserve and transfers to reserve. You tracking where I'm at now? Sorry? Thank you. My question is, why is there a difference from what was budgeted for 2026, that's kind of the middle column, that said 3.4 million, and then actuals to March that says 2.6 million, but to me, on the page before, when I read all 2026 budget reserve transfers have been recorded, I expected to see those numbers be the same. Why are they different?
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor White. So all the budgeted numbers are transferred, but council also budgets for certain items that we transfer piecemeal. So for example, when you're funding projects that are funded through reserves, those are recorded as transferred from reserve. So throughout the year, we continue to update those. At the end of the year, any projects that are not completed, any revenues that should be transferred to reserve. For example, whilst we've transferred, say, the amounts to the infrastructure reserve, the amount that will be transferred for waste, for example, will depend on what the surplus is from waste in terms of its actual. We don't transfer those ones. So even though it refers to it as budgeted transfers, fixed budgeted transfers like the I think it's 1.3 million for infrastructure is done, the fixed amounts are transferred, but anyone that's as a variable component linked to it, so any transfers that are based on users charges less expenses where we transfer the difference. RCMP would be a typical example as well, where it depends on what the actual expenditures are at the year, and then we transfer the balance to the reserve. That's why you'd have a variance at this point.
Thank you. I'll continue then with what I had listed as a question mark in the summary under expenses, where it says all 2026 budget reserve transfers have been recorded. Please confirm. That means that only the budgeted transfers have occurred.
Through the chair to Councillor White, the budgeted transfers have occurred.
And the transfers from either surplus or unexpended funds have not occurred. Have not fully occurred.
Through the chair to Councillor White, I cannot refer to it as surplus, but any transfers that has a variable attached to it has not occurred. Those will occur at year end when we're able to determine what that exact transfer needs to be.
Okay. Thank you. One moment, please, while I make notes. Thank you for addressing that question. If I may, Mayor Branco, one more. Well, maybe more.
Okay, go ahead.
No, one. In the summary of the reserves as of March 31st, in capital reserves, there's a section called Work in Progress Commitment. There's a two-part question. First part is, the question that I just asked about why maybe not all the reserves are showing what's been transferred to reserves isn't everything that's going to be transferred until up to the end of the year. Is that related to capital reserves? Or both, capital and operating?
Through the chair to Councillor White, which the reference to reserves, sorry, I need clarity on your question.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. That wasn't a great question. I apologize. I'll take it from a different angle. In the summary of the capital reserves, there's a section called Work in Progress Commitment. right now it says the reserve balance is 0 and the committed balance is 0 and the uncommitted balance is 0. Is there actually no capital reserves that are work in progress that have revenue that would be sitting in that reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we do not use this reserve, and in our new updated reserve policy, which was completed after March 31st, this reserve actually no longer exists.
Okay.
We track all of our reserves in the reserves that they're funded from now, so there is no longer a need for this reserve, hence the zero balance.
Thank you. I thought it no longer existed, which then led me to ask, for those capital projects where money used to sit in this reserve, where is it now?
Through the chair to Councillor White, money did not used to sit in this reserve. So if a project had to do with a landfill reserve, it would show as a committed balance in the landfill reserve, which again is one of the reasons why we eliminated it. It was probably used years ago, but we have not used it in the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that history. All my other questions will be, I anticipate, being answered when we finalize the reserve policy. Thank you for your supporting my questions, Talou.
Thank you. Could I have a vote on quarterly finance report as
Nope,
information?
There's a question from Councillor
Oh,
Nielsen.
sorry, didn't see you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, my questions are way easier. I'm looking at the grant status update report, and I guess I just want to make sure that I'm interpreting this report accurately. So I'll start with a bit of an explanation here. If I were to look at the approved grant status of Federation of Canadian Municipalities, are you with me so far there, Talou? You there? And it shows the approved agreement is $438,000. And then the next column says amount received and unspent, $197,283. So we've received that portion of that grant, but we've not made any financial commitments with those dollars yet. And when we make those financial commitments, it will show up under receivables.
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, this is a different grant. This is the Energy Improvement Program, where though we've received it, it's held in trust by Alberta municipalities. So this is the program where residents can install energy efficient items on their property, and then we levy it through taxation over a 20-year period. We collect that money back. So far, we've had people sign up. This is what the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has given us so far as a grant, and it is being held right now by Alberta municipalities in trust.
Thank you. Then if I go down to, help me understand the difference between a grant status approved and received. What's the difference between those two types of grants?
So, through the chair to Councillor Nelson, I will use jobs as an example, which is the first item on your list. We made an application for this grant. We were approved for the $46,200. We have not received a cent from the government as yet. Sometimes, if by summer season, at the end of the summer season, which would be around the end of August 31st, we haven't received that grant, it moves into the amount receivable column because we would have fulfilled our obligation under the grant, but we are yet to receive the funds. If we do receive a portion of the funds, which sometimes they do disperse a portion, not the full amount, we would record the amount received in the amount received column. It'll say unspent, but really it would be spent at that point. And then we would record the receivable. We use the receivable column to track what we record as a receivable at year end, because sometimes we receive the funds later, but we do show the revenue and the receivable for the year that it relates to.
Okay, thank you. But under grant status, when it says approved, and then there's no one saying received, and the other one is recurring, well, I get that. So what is how is received grant status different than approved grant status?
The cash inflow.
I beg your pardon?
That the received status is just for cash flow purposes. It's to tell us when we're approved, it's an allocation or an amount. We don't normally get all of those funds up front. So it's receivable or we get the cash. At year end, it's either we've received the amounts or it's receivable. So it's not always that we get all of it in 1 year. Some of it is outstanding, that would be a receivable at year end. If council would like us to only show the approved status, we're happy to amend the report to suit council's needs.
Okay. Now I want to go to the very bottom sheet where it says recurring complete total. So I've got 8.3 million. In amount received, I have 1.1 million. And amount receivable, 2.68 million. So is it safe to say that we've been approved for $8.3 million and we have received $3.8 million, of which we've spent 2.68 million?
I need a second with that one. So I'm going to go through each of the grants with this one. So one of the ones that you would have seen in this listing is the LGFF, our Local Government Fiscal Framework, the capital amount, where our approved amount, our allocation for the year was 3.2 million. We've only received 410,636. We just received that one up front from the government. The amount receivable means we've submitted a claim for that remaining 1.8 million. We haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
For LGFF, yeah.
But if you've submitted a grant for 1.8, then we're still, even if they sent us the 1.8, we would still be short $1 million then that we'd make application for again?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we wouldn't be short. We would just report on project status with Local Government Fiscal Framework. And then they determine if the project is at, say, 80% completion, how much of the funds they release to us. We wouldn't be short. Our allocation that we're approved for is what we're approved for. The cash flow timing is different.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hoya.
I have a couple questions through the mayor to Lou. So in the same recurring grants, so then am I to assume that at some point, MSI Capital, LGFF, all those numbers under approved by agreement, we will receive all those funds?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, yes, we will receive those funds if we spend on the capital expenditures that we committed to.
Okay, and is there a time frame for these?
With the exception of the MSI Capital, which is the hold program that was later named as the Local Government Fiscal Framework, that time's out in December 2028, and we have an outstanding council item to bring back a report on how we're going to spend that 1.2 million. There is no time frame on the others.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Billings, did you have your hand up?
I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. All of those in favor? Carried. 9.2. Laura, please.
all of a sudden feel very short. Being that I'm reading from my notes, I need to take off the sunglasses, so excuse the squinting. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Zanette Frost, and I am the Recreation Services Manager. I am here today to present a department report that reflects the levels of service the department is using to guide the priority-based budgeting process, and more importantly, the programs, projects, and services provided to the city and county residents. This is the first time we have presented this kind of report to this particular council. The Recreation Department has three primary streams, which includes programming, operations, and community development. Our operations cover places like Co-op Place, Manlock Regional Aquatic and Fitness Center, numerous sports fields, courts, and playgrounds. Our programming covers everything from aquatic programming, dryland programming, and managing the ice allocations and for the users. Thank you. Sorry, I lost my place. And this is all built on the foundation that recreation is for all and is inclusive of organized sports, leisure, lifelong pursuits, physical activity, and play in order to create, maintain, and improve the quality of life and well-being here in Wetaskiwin. Next slide. The department's results and outcomes are built through the exceptional customer service, effective relationship management, and a high-performing, committed team of 84 amazing individuals. The following slides will provide a snapshot of the programs, some revenue generated, both annually and year-to-date. Additionally, it presents the summary of the services that the team delivers and the projects underway. Now, I did try to do this all in alphabetical order. However, I don't think it's consistent. So in terms of aquatic programs, these are all based out of Manlock Aquatic Center, and we offer a wide range of lessons. I appreciate that the slide is extremely hard to read, which just indicates the number of programs that we offer. So we offer everything from parent and taught lessons right up to the National Lifeguard certification. And the fill rate for most of these classes is 80% or higher. Each level has a different instructor-swimmer ratio, and as determined by the Life Saving Society, so it's hard to pinpoint a specific 2 out of 3, 5 out of 10, so it's a moving target. The older the student, the higher the ratio. For example, our preschool lessons, the ratio is 1 to 5, and for Rookie Patrol to Star Patrol, it's 1 to 12. You'll notice a spike in private lessons in the winter of 2026. When we have a class that does not receive the minimum number of registrants, the opportunity to provide private lessons is offered. So those are a set of private lessons that people have opted to take part in. The department has also entered into a partnership with the high school in 2024 and offers the advanced courses as part of the division's phys ed summer school offerings, which in turn provides the department with a pool of potential lifeguards for staff. So a lot of the people that are registered in those advanced courses are from the high school, so grade 11s and 12s. Over each year, we have over 700 individuals participate in swimming lessons and close to 80 in those advanced courses. The revenue from providing these lessons averages $35,000 per year. The next couple of slides demonstrate our annual revenue based on memberships and daily admissions. Annual memberships include, based on whenever you purchase them, they're good for 1 year. And again, it's hard to read the slides. And our family memberships have decreased. While I don't have any concrete data, there are 2 possibilities for this: less discretionary income and families choosing different family time activities. The daily admissions revenue remains high, and Manlock is one of the only pools in the region that accommodate public swimming and simultaneously with the programming. So you can lane swim, and there could be lessons happening in the leisure pool. So we offer that as a service to our staff, to our community. We also have very few annual youth memberships. Seniors continue to be the highest demographic for memberships, which reflects the community's overall senior demographic, followed by the adult age group. January tends to be also a slower month for annual memberships, likely due to the post-Christmas realization that I have less money to spend. On average, our annual memberships are $307.28 plus GST for children, up to $1,536.41 for family. Next slide. Flex Card memberships and monthly memberships. Flex Card memberships offer 10 admissions and they expire in 2 years' time. So that gives the owner of that Flex Card the ability to use that membership whenever they can. So they might use it once a month, they might use all 10 in 1 month. It really depends on what their time and availability is. Monthly memberships are good for 30 days from purchase, with January being the season of resolutions. That January uptake is usually where we see our monthly memberships revenue increase. With our annual shutdown in April, there is a small decrease in monthly membership purchases. So on average, we are in the range of I can't even read it very well. $16,000 to $20,000 for our Flex Card revenue, and for the adults, and that has been pretty steady for the last few years. There's been a little bit of a dip year to date for 2026. Admission to Manluck also, when you get a membership or you have a daily admission, you can also use that for our Aquafit classes and the fitness center. So a lot of our users are coming into the fitness center, using the fitness center, and then going for a swim or sitting in the hot tub. A note on our annual shutdown in memberships. During shutdown, memberships are suspended, and they get essentially an extra month of that time. And we've also developed a reciprocal agreement with both Ponoka and Camrose, where a membership holder can use their memberships at those facilities. And during those facility shutdowns in August and September, we reciprocate by honoring their memberships at Manluck. And we also offer select swimming lessons at Siding 16 during shutdown. Co-op Place. Arena operations is focused on ice management and maintenance. When the ice is not in, there's turf laid in Arena 2 for early spring and used by local soccer association and minor ball for preseason training and evaluations. The team spends a lot of their time on the Olympia between classes that WRPS is doing or will be doing other ice maintenance efforts. And a majority of our ice time is allocated to local and regional ice sport organizations and programs, as well as we do offer stick and puck and public skating during times when the facility is available. Next slide, please. Our primary arena user groups include the Wetaskiwin Figure Skating Club, Wetaskiwin Minor Hockey, and Camrose Minor Hockey. And we host the Longhorns games and practices, Iceman, and Sacred Heart School also. So the hockey programs at both of our school divisions use our arena quite fulsomely during the day. So they fill our daytime hours, and then the other hockey associations fill the evening hours. Other users that are included in April to July include the Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron number 42. We also host special events, such as the archery tournament that was held here last month, where both arenas and the rec hall were being used for that competition. This year, we also hosted 6 hockey tournaments and the Premier Hockey League U18 hockey finals, and then, of course, the Longhorns games. We have many user agreements that come up, and at that time, we discuss any changes with them, and we meet with them on an annual basis in August. So we're consistently working on that relationship management with them. Next slide. As you can see from this slide, minor hockey is a primary user in our arenas, as I noted, and that is followed by the school divisions. Next slide, please. So arena usage and revenue. Our usage compared to our revenue is quite small, but that is 17 hours a day that we are open and have staff available. And during the August to March months, they are usually 2 operators per day, plus the supervisor. Next slide, please. This slide shows that over the last 3 years, our revenue is trending upward and usage is stable. I credit this to the relationship management focus as well as the ice time demands for hockey. Next slide, please. Community development. Community development takes many forms, and the data used to tell the story is usually qualitative. And so for our purposes, community development is focused on improving a community's overall well-being and quality of life. And there are many tools in our department's school toolbox to achieve both this, as in a support role and in leadership. The recreation team prioritizes customer service, the department relationship management, and the team works with local sport organizations to support them in meeting their programming goals through scheduling, designated times for specific programs such as the Wetaskiwin Olympian Swim Club, and managing user and lease agreements, for example, the Wetaskiwin Curling Club, the Wetaskiwin Arts and Crafts Committee, and the Cadet Squadron. Next slide, please. As implied in the previous slide, community development is a broad, all-encompassing approach. It touches on everything from livability to culture, local identity to inclusion. It is also very fluid, because as a community changes, the approaches need to adapt, which makes it more challenging to capture that quantitative data. So 4 primary streams are listed in the previous slides. I'm going to touch on the next slide, which is public engagement. Public engagement ranges from informing to decision-making. In future reports, administration plans to highlight social media campaigns to inform the community about events, programs, and services, and special projects, as well as any uptake in revenue that might be recognized because of that, those campaigns. Public engagement also includes inviting community to meetings, events that garner feedback for specific projects, like the Reimagining Wetaskiwin Play Spaces, which is about the redevelopment of playgrounds and other outdoor spaces. And there has been significant effort to engage the community both at invited events and meeting them where they are at, such as interagency or where they're already gathered. And we've also included events like the parade of programs and city open houses to do that public engagement. Grants are another form of community development that we do. And you might be asking, well, how is a community grant community development? And community grants are a tool that the municipality can use that supports the community to empower local leadership and participation, a stronger sense of ownership, community pride, and belonging. And the grant funding of those initiatives bring people together to build a more connected, inclusive, and resilient community. So we have in 2024, 19 applicants and 12 applicants were funded, and the dollar amounts are there for you as well to take in. During the last spring intake, we had 12 applications. 6 of those were funded for a tune of $24,290. The special events area I have split into 2 different ways. The ones that we support through our special event application process. And here the Recreation Department receives and reviews the applications submitted by community organizations, groups, or businesses. And this includes parades, festivals, or even recognition events. These events encourage community connections, highlight the diversity of Wetaskiwin, and the well-being that we want to create. In 2025, the department processed 28 applications, and so far in 2026, we have processed 7. These events, the events that take the municipality's leadership are those listed in the slide, plus Holiday Lights Up Hop, Santa Skate, Festival of Trees, which provide opportunities to showcase the community organizations that they promote and contribute to a positive community spirit. All these examples help to cultivate a sense of belonging, information sharing, and well-being. And it is also timely for me to do a plug that June is Recreation and Parks Month, so please stop by Manluck and see what activities we have planned for that. The next slide. The three other areas that we are also working on that are more project-based are public art, and I'm going to highlight the mural. The artist is back in town to finish the finishing touches on the mural, and then the anti-graffiti coating will be applied with a goal date of it being completed by June 30th. The roundabout project is currently under review with the proposals received, and we at the end of April. So we are looking forward to bringing that forward at some point as well for your review. Community gardens are done in partnership with Public Works, and we have 2 locations, Montgomery and Centennial, and those plots have already been tilled and are underway being planted. Thirdly, reimagining Wetaskiwin play spaces. There were a number of playgrounds that were deemed extremely unsafe in 2024 based on inspections. Several have been removed over the last couple of years, and Public Works has allocated, and where Public Works has allocated in 2024 under the modernization of $140K, we have updated the protective surfacing in some of those parks, and we have completed several projects that we identified as priority. So, for example, the bench seating at Knights of Columbus Park, basketball hoops have been repaired and replaced, and we are adding beginner skateboard features at the skateboard park based on feedback from the surrounding neighborhood and from the skateboarder community. With Council's $750K commitment to redevelopment of the playgrounds, the Recreation Department is leading this and has organized several public engagements events, as I've noted earlier, and have attended several meetings with a number of organizations to gather feedback. Based on the information gathered in those engagement sessions, plus research on those trends and demographics, the words play spaces has been chosen to reflect that play is important at any age, and that the spaces are more than slides, swings, and climbing apparatus. It's everything from passive parks to adventure parks. And the report that was presented last year spoke to what those are going to look like, and that we are prioritizing destination parks as opposed to having a smattering of parks all over the place that are not as attention-grabbing, and to make sure that they're used to the fullest extent. Next slide, please. Customer service and relationship management. A fundamental principle that grounds the department is our commitment to customer service and relationships. As one of the most public-facing departments in the city, we pride ourselves on strong, positive customer service. And the slide speaks to a number of the pieces that we take a look at in the department and run through our front desk, through the supervisors of the program, of the different elements, and we also act as a liaison between city and community groups and committees such as the library, FCSS with, or I don't do that, I just with the library, but Community and Protective Services has a strong working relationship with other outside agencies that are just reflected in the relationship that we have with the library. On to facility rentals. Thank you. Focused on By the Lake Park first. So use of By the Lake Park decreased significantly in 2025. As a result, we invested in a marketing campaign, and it is unclear why that dip happened in 2025. However, in 2026, we have seen better revenue generation, and we will be reporting on that marketing campaign and how that worked later in the year. Next slide, thank you. The Rec Hall hosts a number of events every year and is a major revenue generator. So a few of the events that we've had in the last few years: the Pumpkin Ball, markets and auctions, the annual medieval event, various Hospital Foundation events, and we host the Wetaskiwin Composite High School Graduation Week every year, as well as polling stations. And the Cadet Squadron also uses it weekly for their sports night and parade. Next slide. The meeting rooms at Manluck are community gems, and the revenue from these rooms is a major contributor to our overall revenue. Here, we host birthday parties, community meetings, we've had advanced polling stations, and we hold the event space for swim meets. In addition, we also host training and workshops for both community and those that the city offers. The rooms at Maniloc are affordable, and because of the pool, great for birthday parties. And the beautiful part is there's on-site support for when those events happen. Next slide, please. Dryland programs. The next few slides demonstrate some of the attendance to the key dryland programs the department offers, as well as some of the revenue that was generated by them. Pickleball. Next slide. Pickleball is still a growing sport and one of our most popular fitness/sport activities. We offer that indoors at the rec hall, in addition to our walking programs, and we also have the summer, it's on the tennis courts. So we had modified the nets for pickleball. And the walking program is a drop-in program that we don't charge for. We just open up the rec hall for folks to come in and walk in the wintertime. Next slide. Another major revenue generating dryland program we offer is our day camps. Children and youth participate in the professional development day camp program, which happens on every when the teachers go on professional development days. We're hosting a day camp, as well as the vacation times, seasonal break camps. We also offer drop-in and full registration options, making it very flexible for community members. In the fall of 2025, during the teacher strike, we offered a suite of day camp programs during that time to help support staff and community that were struggling to secure childcare. Playgrounds are one of the areas where we contribute to community safety. The Recreation Department is responsible for the inspections, doing minor repairs, and also is leading the redevelopment of these assets. We work in partnership with Public Works, and they do the heavy lifting for us when we ask them to. And we are responsible to inspect the playgrounds every month. So every month our playground inspector goes out to each and every of our 16 playgrounds and reviews and makes sure that they're safety, identify those safety issues, and then brings it back to Public Works or to the department to rectify some of those issues or concerns. Next slide. When the ice is not in, the operations team focuses on sport field maintenance. So that includes Norm Brown Field, the baseball diamonds, the soccer fields, basketball courts, track and field amenities, and the tennis courts. So during the day, you can see them lining the fields, working on floating the shale, making sure that they're safe for the users. And they also will conduct regular inspections of things like the bleachers and doing the capping right now, like the bright yellow PVC that you see on top of the fences at the ball diamonds. That has been done by Cal and his team. In addition to the working outside, they are also doing the maintenance required inside the co-op place to ensure that that is a safe and a place for community members. Over the last 3 springs, in partnership with Public Works, we've also done a lot of gopher control. And so as I was driving into Wetaskiwin today, I noticed that they were dealing with some of that in some of the other fields. So that is essentially where you'll see a lot of our team working as well. So last slide. Next slide. Next one. There we go. So to help the department's report to be more useful for you, I have a question for you before I turn it over to your questions. How can administration better tailor future reports to address your priorities and feed your curiosity? Thank you, and I'd like to take any comments and questions.
Councillor Mark Elder.
Just a couple questions.
No, motion first.
Like moved? Make a motion, please.
Council received the quarterly Recreation Department report as information.
So through the chair to Councillor Elder, we have discussed that possibility, and we are currently exploring what the cost would be for that, and what that would include in terms of the human resource aspect of it, and any changes that we might need to make structurally for the facility to ensure that folks that are using the fitness center are not going and using the pools without a lifeguard on. Through the chair to Councillor Elder, that is absolutely a possibility, and we have worked in partnership with the library before. The challenge would be, is the program conflicting potentially with one of our day camp programs? So we'd have to have our programmers talking to each other about how we could navigate something like that. So it is definitely a possibility.
Councillor Elder, could you please speak into the mic?
Sorry, you haven't turned on. With the rec hall, is there any, I know air conditioning is probably off the table, but could we have some big fans or something like, just experience when grad is in there, it is an oven. And just in general, airflow in that whole facility is non-existent. So have we ever looked at just putting some big ceiling fans up there just to move the air?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, that would require a capital charter, so I'm happy to consider that as a possibility.
Okay. Dean's got lots of money. Okay. The last one would be playground inspections. You say they do them every month. So I look at the playground in behind Centennial School. I see it every day. And where all the gravel is maintained, so all the 4x4 structures that hold it in place, they've been disintegrated for 2 years. So is this part of a safety thing in the inspection, or is it because the schools are maybe shutting down and that's going to be a park that's non-existent?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, I'll have to look into that. I have not looked at the inspection reports from this past year for that particular playground. Okay. And it may be one of those playgrounds that are going to be redeveloped in the near future. Okay. So I need to get back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. I've got a number of questions here. So my first one, I guess, is dealing with the engagement Recreation Department has with ice facility users. And you've mentioned that you meet on an annual basis in August. Why August?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, August is usually when the scheduling is coming out for most of those associations. And so we are able to discuss what ice allocation might look like at that time. Our primary users in August and September, that early part, are the schools and the hockey program through the schools. So we have August as our month to meet with the users and discuss any ice allocation concerns or conflicts that might be identified by them.
The reason I ask the question is I have 3 grandsons involved in high-level hockey, and they are all well aware of their schedules in June and July. And I know that we have talked previously about blackouts in terms of ice arena time that's available to other communities or other organizations. And I question, I'm not looking for an answer, I question the value of doing your booking of ice facilities in August when other communities around us and hockey programs around us have well-booked ice well before that. And I wonder if that contributes to the amount of black ice time we have. Anyway, that's just an observation. I want to spend some time talking about community development, but my first question to you is from a recreation department perspective. As a resident, what's unique or different about our recreation department in your mind?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, compared to other municipalities, or just what makes us unique in Wetaskiwin?
I leave that to you. You're the person making the presentation in terms of what you do, and so my question is, are we unique? Are we different? Do we have things different than other communities? And even if we don't, what's unique about us?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe that our department offers, specific to community development, I think our department offers a perspective and resources that are dedicated to community development in a wide variety of ways. As I mentioned, when we host a special event or when we promote a special event, that is something that is not necessarily done by a community area in a municipality. They might have a special events area, and it's not necessarily part of community and protective services or part of the recreation department, is a one-off. Also, I think our efforts around public engagement, where we really do want to hear from community because we are here for community, also makes us unique and stands out, because with whatever their request is or whatever they want to see in the department or in programming out in the community, we can support that. So it's a relationship with Boys and Girls Club. It might be a relationship with some of the other agencies and organizations that we can foster to have that programming happening. So that makes the department unique, because we do want to focus on partnership development and relationship management.
Thank you. So, if we talk about public engagement, one of the things in your report talked about exploring program opportunities. And so, based on the program opportunities you've explored this year, what recommendations have come out of that exploration, and what, if anything, has been implemented from that exploration?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so some of the feedback that we've received is fitness programs and people wanting a little more than just Aquafit. And so one of the things that we have started to pilot is a class that can happen after Aquafit that stretches the muscles a little differently, works with just moving in a much more in a different way, and that is included in a person's whatever they've paid for that day or their membership. So there's no additional cost to that, and we have the resources when our staff are not working on the day camps, they can support doing that class. It's wrapping up in terms of the pilot, and I don't have any data on that yet.
Do we know how many people participated in that pilot?
It is drop-in, and I think we've had anything between 3 and 10 individuals that come right after Aquafit and join that class.
And any other programs been explored?
Not at this time.
Okay. You made mention of a potential media campaign, and then you indicated that coming up is Recreation Week, and stop by Manluck Center to see what activities we got planned. If I don't stop by Manluck Aquatic Center to see what activities got planned, how do I know what activities are planned in the community?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we typically focus our campaigns on our Facebook page, as well as X. It's not Twitter anymore, it's X. I just dated myself. And we also will promote those through the city website as well.
Okay. Under special events, you've identified a number of different events. One of the events is Canada Day, so I'm curious as to what might have happened so far in planning for Canada Day, what meetings, invitations to participate, what advertisings occurred, and who's been involved in all that planning. And lastly, when will the community get all the information about it?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe there is a memo coming forward that speaks specifically to Canada Day for council that has those details.
And when will we see that?
I'm going to just defer to
Sorry, the mic was disconnected. Through the chair to council, we have a draft that we're working on right now, so we hope to have a memo circulated to council within the next week.
So if I may, that memo will inform us of what, if I may be so bold?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the memo it has information on the number of parade float registrants that we have to date. It'll speak to the number of meetings that have been led by the department and who also is involved in those meetings. It has been a number of the community organizations that have been traditionally involved in that group, including the Chamber of Commerce and the Heritage Museum, as well as some of the other major participants that have been at the table.
Great, thank you. One of the things identified here was the public art, and I'd like to pursue that one a little bit. The mural at Co-op Place has certainly been a conversation piece, both in terms of launching it and seeing the work that's been done on it. But the questions remain about when will it be complete and finalized. But I wanted to come back to a conversation that was presented some council meetings ago, where I believe it was Councillor Billingsley asked the question about completion and so forth and costs. And I know we budgeted $40,000, and at that last conversation we had, there was conversation about extra costs related to scaffolding, extra costs related to putting a finish on the mural itself. So do we know what the extra costs are totaling at this point in time?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I will need to get back to you on that. I'm happy to take for information report back to that and give you those details.
Is it safe to say that there'll be a request from council for more than the $40,000?
In addition to the $40,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that known up front, that we were going to be over budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no. We were not aware that it was going to be over budget.
But didn't we enter into a contract that talked about the parameters and the costs?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we did. However, there were situations that were out of our control with the artist that extended some of our costs.
And so if there's going to be an additional cost, which means there's got to be a request from council, without those costs, the project will not be complete. Would that be a fair assumption? Will not be completed? In other words, if we say no to scaffolding, if we say no to the vandalism shield we put on it, coating we put on it, then I'm assuming that what we have is what we got.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm not 100% sure how to answer that, quite
Okay.
honestly.
That's fine. Assuming that the council does approve additional funds for this project, do we have a completion date?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, our completion date is right now targeted for the end of June.
Thank you. And I know there's work being done on a roundabout art installation. I'd asked the question previously about where it was advertised, and I got a list, an extensive list of where it was advertised. And it was advertised, as I understand, across Canada. What do we have for the number of submissions, final submissions coming forward out of that extensive advertisement?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, 4 is what we have received.
And what is the art committee's next steps at this point then?
That the next, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it will be up for those proposals will be reviewed by the art committee, and the options of what's being put forward will also come back to the larger council meeting.
And who do we have sitting on the art committee?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I can't answer that at this time. I believe they are still looking at whether community, who from community will be sitting on that committee.
Thank you. I have 2 further questions. And the first one, and the reason I'll back up. The reason I've spent most of my time talking about community development is that that's kind of new language around what used to be incorporated in the Department of Recreation. And even the report is fairly extensively recreation. So that's why I've spent the time I have on community development. But I would appreciate it if you would share with me once more what community development looks like, or what is it for your department? What is community development?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, community development is a theory about building community, enhancing the well-being and livability of a community, looking at inclusion, looking at a sense of creating that sense of belonging and connectedness. And through the work that the department does in terms of working with organizations, the special events that we facilitate and those that we lead, bring community together on a grander scale. The public engagement is also a form of community development because it brings attention to what the community needs and desires are. And ultimately, we want to work to empowering community to be able to do the work that they see is important to them, and that is where the community grants come into place. Because a community organization that is really interested in bringing people together or moving forward a particular program or a project can do so through with that some of that funding, and that is a way to really strengthen community and for it to become more resilient.
Thank you. And then to that end, I threw a hardball at you with regard to a question about what's unique and different about our recreation department. And so, as we've included community development as a core principle within the recreation department, one of your last slides talk about service levels and key performance indicators. So, do you have key performance indicators that tell you when you've hit this concept or theory called community development out of the park? What would be the key performance indicators that would tell you as the director or the manager that we've hit community development out of the park, and we are really unique and different in that respect?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is a really loaded question. Thank you.
It is. Yeah, I would agree. And I would say to you, to expect an answer at this time would be unfair. But if we're going to talk about community development being a key portion of recreation, it is a question I will be coming back to.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wendy Hoyle.
Thank you for your presentation, Jeanette. I have a couple of questions. You talked about oversight of the lease agreements. Do you have a timeline, or what would the process be for renewing those lease agreements, like a time frame? If they're due 60 days, do you visit that 90 days? What does that look like ahead of renewing those leases?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, absolutely. We do look at those leases within 6 months prior to those lease agreements coming up. We start to look at them and engage with the leaseholder to see if there's any changes that need to be made, and through that process acknowledging that everyone's busy and everyone's scheduled. So that's why we aim for 6 months. Sometimes it's 3 months, depending on schedules and stuff like that. However, we do aim for 6 months prior to the lease becoming due or ended. We do try to meet with them and work forward on that, as well as a lease agreement will not, when it ends, it doesn't mean that everything stops. We are continuing based on the previous years or previous time frame for those lease agreements to continue.
Are they currently all up to date?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, at this point, yes, they are. We are working on a letter of agreement with the library.
Thank you. If I may, Mayor Branco?
Please.
You talked about day camps. Do we facilitate all the day camps as in rec staff, or do you use partner agencies and outside agencies to facilitate the day camps?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, we facilitate the day camps with our own staff.
Okay, and one more, I think. Payments, we talked about that. So we talk about city-led events, as in Canada Day, Welcoming Week, Taste of Wetaskiwin, and those leads all come out of the rec department?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, most of them do. We do work in partnership with economic development as well for some of those events, because they do have an economic benefit. So we do work in partnership, and we also include the other departments. So Public Works, we work with them in terms of the barricades that might need to get put up. So everything is done interdepartmentally for a lot of those major events that we host.
Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley. You had your hand up.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette, I guess. I'd like to follow up on Councillor Nielsen's questions about the mural. The original budget was $40,000. Was there any contingency above the $40,000 that was budgeted for?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I would need to go back because that budget was allocated prior to me joining the city of Wetaskiwin. So I would need to go back and confirm that.
One of the answers that you gave was that no money would be spent, extra money would be spent until it comes back to council. So is it safe to say we have not spent anything more than the $40,000 plus the potential of the contingency on this project?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I will also need to go back into the budget for that. I don't have that recall right now.
Okay, I would appreciate if I could get that information. I'm going to back up. So I've got a few more questions.
Sure, go ahead, Dean.
Thank you. You talked about an 80% fill on aquatic programs. What's the target?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, 100% is ideal, and most of the time the programs are at 100%. It doesn't take long to, when you have a ratio of 1 to 5, it doesn't take long to fill that ratio. So because it's a moving target for each of those lesson levels, 80% is the average between all of our lessons that we offer.
So if the target is 100 and we're at 80, is there a plan in place to get us to 100?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is a bit of a challenge because it is totally dependent on what age parents want to enroll their children into swimming lessons and if they're even interested in swimming lessons. So it's difficult to come up with 100% when we're really being driven by what is of interest in the community. They are available, and most of our classes do fill up. Our summer program is well above 80% fill rate at this point, because that's when people have time to take their kids to swimming lessons.
You talked about that if there doesn't fill the minimum number, then private lessons are offered.
Correct.
So how is that calculation made of minimum?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is also dependent on what program what lesson they're signing up for. So if if we have less than 3 preschoolers in a lesson, we can offer the private lesson for a preschooler, or that suite of lessons to that preschooler parent to participate in a private lesson should they opt to.
So who decides that?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is a discussion with the aquatic coordinator and the rec program supervisor.
Okay. Last question. You talked about the reciprocal agreement with Camrose and
Ponoka.
Yeah. Do we track that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we did this year. We didn't last year. We just had an agreement with Ponoka. And this year we had 130 of our members go to Camrose, and approximately 7 went to Ponoka, based on the stats that those municipalities kept.
And do we track incoming?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, absolutely.
And those numbers would be?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I would need to get back to you on that.
I'd appreciate if I could, please, and thank you.
Councilor Laura White.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. So many of my questions have been answered through questions of my colleagues, but I have a couple. First, when you were speaking onto the slide that had it had 3 pictures on it. One was the public art, one was reimagined spaces with like the flat round things that must be a play space, and the community garden. One of the things that you said I missed, I couldn't quite tell what you had said, something about protective something in the play spaces. Do you know what you were speaking to?
So through the chair to Councillor White, that is the protective surfacing. So in a playground, there is a requirement for a minimum of 12 inches of protective surfacing within the curbing of a particular footprint. So for example, it could be engineered wood fiber, it could be pea gravel, or it could be sand, or it could be rubber crumb. So at the Tot playground on the rec grounds, for example, there's rubber crumb and there's also engineered wood fiber. So that protective surfacing needs to be maintained at 12 inches because it is the cushion, should someone fall from any of the play equipment, that is the cushion that is required for safety purposes.
Thank you. I truly missed that as you were speaking. Thanks. Next, my next question is on the slide about the day camps. Thank you for speaking to the 2025 numbers of camps being up because of the support during the school strikes. However, so the numbers for 24 to 2025 are basically double. 28, it says 28 camps offered in 24 and 57 offered in 2025. And yet the revenue of those 2 different years is almost the same. How did we offer double the services and not have double the revenue?
Through the chair to Councillor White, part of the numbers in the day camp slides are the day-to-day camps. So because we offered the drop-in program as well as a full week registration, during the September, October, during the strike, we had we had folks that were just coming in for the day. They weren't necessarily coming in for the entire week. So the revenue reflects that, more of that drop-in format.
But it's still showing at like 85% fill rate. So I'm thinking drop-in isn't a full registration for a camp. What does 85% fill rate mean then?
So through the chair to Councillor White, the 85% fill rate was just that on a day-to-day basis, we had potentially 85% of the maximum number of participants in a day camp program were in attendance.
Yeah, but drop-in, they still pay a rate for a day when they drop in. In fact, isn't it a little bit more of a premium?
Through the chair, to Councillor White, I would need to go back and double check what that rate was. We also, during that time, we also supported staff that were dealing with that daycare struggle because it was unexpected. So we did not charge staff for that time.
Next question on that day camp slide as well. 2026 year to date, 7 courses, 7 camps offered, which seems low, but I guess summer's coming. There's lots coming this summer, right? But it said 92% fill rate. Can you speak to what is being done, or what do you think has led to achieving the higher fill rates in the day camps?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I believe it's part of the programming piece that we are offering. So we are offering different themes. And so there's more, it's not sort of just your cookie cutter day camp program. It might be a specific theme that would attract either, kids that are really interested in Lego or kids that might be really interested in space. So the promoting of those camps as well as the creativity that the program team has come up with is contributing to a higher uptake in those camps.
Can I press that just a little further? There's other years there's been themes and creative things. So what's different this in 26? Why do you think it's getting more traction this year for fill rate, for filling up those camps when they're offered?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I would need to think on that a little bit and do a little bit of researching on how we might have been promoting them differently throughout the difference in years. We might not have had the same promotion campaign for those camps in 2024 or 2025 that we've had for 2026.
Okay. Seems like when something's working, you'd want to know what it is that's working and why, and do more of that. And my last 2 questions. First is easy, go for control. I've been asked and didn't know the answer, so you're here, and I'm sure you do. Are we using arsenic this year?
Through the chair to Councillor White, don't believe we are. We are using other methods, or trying to test other methods of gopher control. So I believe what I saw this morning were the traps.
Okay, thank you. And on this, you had started by asking us what we would like to see different in future reporting. And so on your last slide, it says service levels and key performance indicators. I'd like to know what those key performance indicators are, and a little bit adding to my colleague, Councillor Nielsen's question along these lines. How do you know when you're winning? If I want to know what that key performance indicator is, and what is success and what is failure, and how do we know, are we hitting the mark? And I like his confidence that you'll be hitting it out of the park, but prove it in the report, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions for Annette. So Annette, all the years I've been on council, is there revenue, total revenue for the recreation or the swimming pool or the Manlek Center? And how much is it actually cost for operating? So we know there's a loss. Recreation is not a profit. But is there some kind of chart that would show that 2024, 2025, let's say the revenue was 900,000, but cost of operation was say 2 million, or for 24 and 25, 2.1. Is there a report, or do you have that with you to inform council what the revenue and cost of operation for the facility is?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, I do have the spreadsheets that could speak to that. However, they're not calculated all together. So I couldn't give you a number right off the top of my head, and I'd have to go and get my computer and do my math.
Okay. Facility, we've mentioned, I guess we're waiting for that insurance, what do you call that, down payment or guaranteed if we rent a facility that we have insurance. Have you figured out anything on that yet, or is that coming up for us to later?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, that is coming forward on the June 9th council meeting for your review and any feedback as well.
Also, baseball season's coming into effect. Well, we booked pretty good for tournaments, rental of the facility compared to last year's at this time.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, I would need to go back and check with Cal as to what has been booked and what availability we still have, because baseball, outdoor sports are weather dependent. We also plan for potential rainout events as well. So again, I'd need to come back to council with those exact numbers.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, can I have a motion to accept this information? All of those in favor? Carrie, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we stop? Thank you very much, Annette, for your time. Can we have a 10-minute break, if possible? And return Are we all ready?
Mayor Branco,
We're
we
good.
are live.
Thank you. Laura had asked to pull 9.3 from the consent agenda. If I may have,
Yep, thank you, Mayor Branco. I move that council receive this city manager report to council as information, and I have a couple questions. If I may.
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
First, through the chair to administration, Sue, did you want to present this, or do you want to just take questions? Because I'm good, I'm honestly good either way.
I'm good either way as well. There was a couple of things. Actually, why don't I just highlight a few things really quickly?
Maybe you'll answer them.
Perfect. So originally, this item was due the week that I returned from vacation, so I may need to defer to some other members of administration to answer some of your questions, so I appreciate your patience. I did want to highlight some of the priorities. So Strategic Governance Services is preparing to launch a marketing campaign promoting the website and the notification system that's on our website. So I, myself, and I know Councillor Billingsley was there. Can't remember who else was there. We were at a Connect Wetaskiwin community event. And one of the questions from the public came, in our old system, we had Notify Me. Do I need to sign up for the new ones? And the answer is yes. So with our new website, people do need to go in and sign up for these notifications. And so we're going to do a little bit of a blitz around letting the public know that they need to go back in and sign up for that information. And then the other thing in here was just about the street sweeping. So a reminder that our team is doing roads where, say like downtown, where there should be no cars parked in the evening. They would do those in the evening as well as the auto mile. And we are asking residents, there are signs up to move their vehicles. I've noticed even on my way into work today, the sweeper had to go around a bunch of different vehicles. In the future, we will be asking council to potentially update to include us the ability to ticket and tow in sweeping areas similar to what we have for snow removal, but we don't have that in place right now, and so we're trying the best we can to work around that. I did want to mention in the current employment area the updates for the parks and transportation operators. There's 3 that are posted. Those are summer student positions, not full-time equivalencies. On the second piece of the report of concern, I just wanted to mention that we are down to 6 days to close the average one. And then we do have the projects on here, and this is an area where I was not part of updating this particular document. And so if there are questions around capital or operating projects, I may look to other parts of administration to answer those, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Councillor White.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair, to Sue Howard in administration. Thank you for this report. You did touch on a couple of my questions. First one being that the website notification system. I poked around to try it myself a little bit, and it wasn't obvious to me, and I look forward to the campaign, but do I or residents need to sign up for notifications in every one of the different categories, in council events, in Peace Hills, in roadwork, in recreation, in emergency, all those different pieces? Like, I saw different things I could click on, and it looked like it was a sign up every single time, or is there one spot that I can say, notify me about everything?
Through the chair to Councillor White, you would have to select everything that you want notifications for. So if you want all of those items, you'd have to select all of them.
Okay, thank you. Next question, in your report, Sue, under community connections, it says none this month, and I looked back at a couple other months' reports to try to get an idea, but could you explain what items would normally be in this section? What does community connections in your monthly report mean?
Sure. In that one, it's a little bit different. I mean, the community connections and the public participation sometimes bleed into each other, because we often, like if we're doing a land use bylaw update, we would do different public engagement, but we may connect with the community as well. This is also an area where we're trying to look at the calendar of that's on our city site and maybe update the community on things that might be coming that we can see are in our calendar. This one probably should have included things like the Heritage Days that are coming. We still have time to do the Canada Day one, but it's any of those opportunities where the community can connect, whether it's with each other or members of council and administration.
Thank you. So even though and I'm fine, I'm not criticizing it, I'm just pointing out that even though this is a monthly report looking backwards, that little section might be pieces that are looking forward.
Yeah, there are times where I'm able, as much as possible, I want to look forward and give people the heads up that things are coming, but recognizing that some things we can only report on in the past. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, under organizational wins, bullet point number 2, I'll read it, and then my question is, just please tell me more. The win is, the pilot for the city's employee leadership program officially launched on April 20th. This program will provide development and mentorship for the cohort of 10 employees from various positions throughout the organization.
Sure. So this is part of our succession planning program within the city. We recognize that we are just far enough outside of the capital region that sometimes we have trouble attracting staff that are qualified in certain areas. And one of the things we've done is gone through and identified within the organization people that want to move up through the organization and maybe take training, attend schooling, or if it's not an area where you need a specific education, maybe they just need the experience to say, yes, I want to move into this role. So senior leadership and leadership team identified members right down to the front line of the organization, saying, this person, just use an example, is an admin person right now, but they really have a strong desire to be the health and safety coordinator one day. And so we've put them into a program together, the 10 that were identified, and then we've assigned 10 mentors to them. We've gone through and done personality profiles and leadership profiles and things like that to identify what work might need to be done to develop them internally to get them into those positions that they see themselves in 5 or 10 years within the organization. So it's really early. I know Jackie will be providing probably twice a year updates to council on how it's going, whether we do it through the city manager report or through a closed session, because it does involve staff. We haven't decided yet. But yeah, it's being received really well so far, and we're excited for the people that have identified wanting to grow within our organization.
Follow up to that, how long do you anticipate this program being? This isn't like one course and 2 meetings with your mentor, or is it a 5-year plan? Some range of that. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I think the initial plan was for a year, but we may have identified longer term pieces that need to help develop these people into growth into those positions. Some of them will require education, so we're working on that, and it could be a 3 to 5 year program for them to get where they want to see themselves in the organization.
Thank you. Next question is in the report of concern piece. The biggest piece of the pie of number of tickets that came in was facilities. Can you give me, it's just titled facilities. What would be examples of facility concerns that are reported?
Sure, I do apologize. This was an FIR as well that went to council this morning, so you wouldn't have seen it yet. Because this was the question that I believe the mayor asked at the last council meeting about why more facilities than roads. Facilities could be garbage at the library. It could be lights are out at this building. The heat is down. It could be, I think Chris had identified that these were primarily external complaints and not the internal ones that were put forward. But it could be anything related to some of that. Garbage is probably one of the most frequent ones.
Thank you. One moment, please. Okay. Also, through the chair to administration, I appreciate the work done on the capital project and operating projects reports that have been done. Especially coming, I'll say, not having been here when some of these projects were started, to get up to date to see what else is outstanding or on the books. I have a question in it under the operating projects one. The title of it is Off-Site Levy Bylaw. I'll just read the description. And my question is just tell me more. It says the purpose of this project is to develop a citywide off-site levy bylaw that reflects current best practices and contributes to the long-term financial stability of the municipality. This will ensure the city has sufficient revenue to cover the infrastructure and servicing costs of new development. A comprehensive off-site levy bylaw is needed. This bylaw is anticipated to generate revenue to fund approximately $93 million in capital projects over 25 years, far above the estimated $78,000 to develop it. And I assume the "it" is the bylaw. Please tell me more.
So off-site levies are a common tool that the Municipal Government Act allows municipalities to bring in money to allow growth, to fund growth, so that the existing tax base isn't paying to run, say, sewer out to the airport. The challenge comes in some of these off-site levies being extremely expensive and thereby could potentially deter development. And so we're trying to find that balance between, like, some municipalities have hundreds of thousands of dollars per hectare of, which turns into, I don't know, let's just say $100,000 per lot. Well, so somebody buys a lot for $100,000, then they have off-site levies of $100,000, and then they have to build a house. We're looking at $600,000-$700,000 to buy a house in Wetaskiwin. And so, while in some other communities that doesn't matter, they have huge development that's happening. In our community, that is a concern that we have. We recognize that we need another funding source to fund growth and future development. But we will be bringing the report back to council for consideration on where you land on that. And it might not be what the report suggests. There may be a different model. I can tell you as well that I am part of a mid-sized cities city managers group that meets with Alberta municipalities. And off-site levies is one of the topics that we're talking about right now extensively. And they have taken on developing a less robust system than what everyone normally has. There's one company that kind of has the market cornered, and that's who we're using as well. And so we are looking at options which may delay this coming back to council for consideration, but our hope is still to have the report finalized and have something in front of council this year before we do budget.
Okay, follow-up question then, through the chair to administration. The $78,000 is for the report or for a draft of a bylaw?
For the report.
Okay. And anticipated by year end, you said?
Yeah.
That's what's listed here. I'm asking confirmation of that.
Yeah, it is anticipated by year end, but we may not have all of the options fully fleshed out. Our hope is to have everything fleshed out. The only thing that's holding us up right now, besides completing the report, is the fact that I want to make sure that discussion that's happening with other municipalities is considered before we bring this back to council, because if there is a better way, I certainly want us to explore that, because I don't want to get to a point where the off-site levies are so onerous that it stifles development completely.
Thank you. Last question out of this operating report was an item called Condition Assessment of Geothermal at City Hall. And it looks like it's 80% done. To obtain industry expert report for future budget planning, the existing geothermal components are untouched from the original install date, except for some minor failed components that have been repaired. Infrastructure and equipment is aging, and condition assessment. so this is, again, was money spent for a report? My follow-up question to it is, what is done with the info in the report?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor White, the report was used to support the improvements that are going to be constructed this year or added to this building this year to support a balanced HVAC system for this building.
Okay, so then in the section that says an assessment has been completed providing recommendations on the condition and performance of the geothermal wells and heat pump. So out of the $10,000 that were for this project, that was for this report, and it says it's 80%, the completion amount is saying it's 80% done. We've got the assessment. Have we already started acting on it? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, Councillor White, that is correct. The contract has been awarded and the work will be starting this spring.
So whatever came in the report, we've already budgeted for and are prepared, have the resources needed to do whatever the report told us to do?
That is
or
correct.
suggested to do?
That is
Thank
correct.
you. Okay. That was the end of my questions in there.
Councillor Nielsen.
Geothermal was on my list as well, so I want to piggyback a little bit off of that. So the geothermal was $10,000, and was that just for the report then?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you to yourself, Councillor. The report was completed, so there was an assessment done on the system as well as what would support the existing system within the building. So that encompassed the outcomes of the report.
So, is what I'm being told that the system is fixed, is going to be fixed? Which of the two?
See, it's complicated. So the existing legacy system using geothermal has deficiencies that are exceptionally challenging to correct. Therefore, a secondary system was designed and will be installed. So they will work in unison until such time that we do anticipate the geothermal system failing. Unfortunately, the pipes do collapse and fail, and 50% of the system is in that state now. So we're running on 50% of the original legacy system from geothermal. The new system will support that 50% overage, as well as in the event that it does fail, which we don't know what time or at what time it will fail. It will support the entire building by itself.
Okay. So, again, excuse my ignorance here, I guess, or my naivety. So I want to be clear. So we do have or are putting that new system in place? It's in place or it's going to be put in place?
No, we've just awarded the contract. It will be installed this spring, summer.
And so following up on the whole process, so the geothermal report has been concluded. Now we're putting in a supplementary system. So when does that get, does that get carried over into this document now? That now we're going to be putting this other system in, so it's some kind of capital or operating project, so it will now appear on here?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I think it's fair to say yes, because it's similar to like a road rebuild where we know we have to hire an engineering firm to do the work, so it's already part of the project, and then we'll report on, oh, we've completed the design and now we're moving to construction. And so the installation of this would be reported on prior to us closing out the project.
So does it get embedded in the operating
Yes.
projects report then?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And to that point, and Councillor White already spoke to it, I think that the work that administration has done preparing these two reports is going to be huge, certainly for this group, to follow along with after we've made decisions on financing projects, actually being able to follow those projects through and see where they're at, raise semi-intelligent questions as the projects are completed. So thank you for the work being done there. But I do have some questions myself beyond geothermal. And I'm trying to understand the concept of capital projects report on playgrounds for $750,000. And it says the engagement portion has been completed. And on the schematic showing timelines, it shows May of 2026, work is started. And on May of 2027, a year from now, the tendering process will take place. So I would like to understand what takes place between May of 2026 to May of 2027 when the actual tender is put out. I'm wondering, are we talking about taking a year to complete a tender process?
Through the chair to council, most of the timeline will be continued public engagement to determine what exactly is required at each location, and as Annette said earlier, how many locations we're going to have. So if, for example, we have 19 play spaces right now, through our engagement process and through looking at where the locations are in relation to, for example, schools, we might say that we don't need 19 play spaces. Maybe we need 12 bigger play spaces so that we can focus on a more wholesome suite of activities at each location. So it's not just the RFP process, it's to try and nail down each location and what we're going to have at each location, and then we would start the RFP process.
So for clarification then, Kevin, you started by saying community engagement will continue, but on the schematic here it shows that it's done on the marketing or the project management schedule, and that's why I raised the question. So you're saying more community engagement is going to happen, and that community engagement will determine the sites of the new playground, play space, whatever. Could you foresee in your crystal ball a timeline where this engagement piece has ended and the actual work begins on putting together a tender? The reason for the question is, from the time we started taking equipment out of playgrounds to the time where we're talking about potentially having playgrounds and spaces back up and operational in our community is a 2.5-year window. And I think that families coming into our community or potentially coming into our community looking at places where they may choose to reside based on the age of their kids, having significant areas where there's no play spaces at all or a singular piece of play equipment in a space, I think creates some complications for families that might want to relocate in our community. I'm finding the timeline I'm too impatient.
Through the chair to council, we were kind of caught in a catch-22 situation. Some of the items in the play spaces were should have been retired years ago and were dangerous and quite in poor shape to actually cause, serious injury or otherwise. So in the best interest of the community, those items were pulled right away, even though we didn't have this process completed. So it's one of those things that's not easy, but it was the right decision to make at the time.
Okay, thank you. And I guess through the chair to Kevin again, in the capital projects report, it shows the project timeline for the Air Cadets is the end of November of 2026. So in your mind, because it was talking about finding a new location or deciding what to do with its current location. So the timeline for the end of November of 2026 is decision time, or something has actually physically occurred if it's going to occur at the existing facility?
This particular item, or through the chair to council, this particular item is, Recreation is working closely with Ryan's team over there. And so facilities is involved as well as other departments. So it's a multi-departmental task force, if you will, to be able to ensure that we have a report to council by this timeline. It won't be that there will be there might be, but the potential of that there won't be a space for them to be in if there was another space as an example, but that the report would be to council with all the recommendations from administration.
Is it safe to assume then that as we get into further budget, I know the capital budget timeline is what?
Through the chair to council, that actually is one of the items coming up.
Yeah, I thought, I read it, but I can't remember it. But I guess what I'm leading up to is that if it's the end of November that recommendations are coming forward and we're doing capital budget prior to that, then we got ourselves a bit of a problem unless we're going to be changing our capital plan or budget after our capital budget's been approved. Does that make sense? If the recommendation is that we do a major renovation of that facility because of its age and physical state, the end of November doesn't necessarily hit the budget timelines.
And through the chair to council, that has actually been discussed in our previous meetings on this topic, and we are well aware that if we want to bring a report to council, it has to be prior to this deadline. So it is, the intent is to have it in before the budget discussion takes place.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. One to Sue. Sue, if we're thinking about the sweeper and vehicles, do we know what other communities surrounding our area, if they ticket people who don't move their vehicles for sweeping? One question. Second question, training of our staff members who want a future job enrollment with the city. Some of these training or schooling is expensive. Is there a guarantee or a contract to say that after they graduate that they just won't pick up and go somewhere else for better money? Do we have something in place that if you train an employee, high cost training, that they just don't pick up and leave?
Through the chair to council, so to your first question, what the other communities do as far as sweepers and ticketing would be part of the report that we bring back to council. I don't know right off the top of my head. I do know some communities do, but we'll check with multiple communities to make sure that you have that information before we ask you to do that. And then for the mentorship program, we do have a return to service agreement that we do if we've invested a large amount of money in staff, a lot of times it could even be over and above what their allocated training dollars are. Then we do ask for a return to service agreement where if they leave before a certain year, they have to pay it back based on a percentage of it being spread out over those years. One of the topics that a previous council talked about was trying to find grant opportunities to help kids go to the university that would then agree to come back to Wetaskiwin for, say, 5 years. So we're looking at some of those other opportunities to help entice kids to come back to the community after they've gone to school. But one of the other things that we also recognize, and we've talked to council about this before, is the fact that we are a training ground for the capital region. So younger, talented people tend to get more opportunity here than they would in a bigger municipality. And so we're trying to figure out how we embrace the fact that we are likely only to get certain people in certain positions for 3 to 5 years, and how do we capitalize on that to do the training to get our internal people ready for those positions, knowing that we're going to lose people to the capital region. So it's kind of a multifaceted approach.
Thank you. And my other question is to Kevin regarding my colleague Wayne on the parks and playgrounds. You said some of our equipment, we were caught in 22, a catch-22, some of our equipment was so old or whatever. But didn't we just finishing hearing a report that says our equipment is checked for 2 hours every, playgrounds are checked every month for 2 hours? And why, if I may, for every 2 hours every month? And then the other question is, we have budgeted 700 some thousand for all these playgrounds, and now we're going to take so long to replace some of these playgrounds. Is that going to be sufficient to put the playground back to these? Let's say we have 10 playgrounds, and next year the cost of these playgrounds are going to be, let's say, $1 million. So that means we budget 750. Does that mean we cut back some playgrounds?
Through the chair to the chair. The first question, as far as the equipment goes, that dates back to when council first approved I believe it was $140,000 for administration to start work on the playgrounds, that we went out and looked at all the playgrounds and determined which ones were a safety hazard and removed them at that time. Since then, yes, you are correct, is that recreation goes out on a monthly basis during the spring, summer, and fall months, and has to, as it is a standard to have playgrounds, and your municipality has to do a monthly inspection on those playgrounds. And any repairs needed, we would repair them at that time. To your other question about if we had 10 playgrounds, because of the funding, and I realize $750,000 is a lot of money, but in the playground world, it's not. So if we were to replace every playground like for like, we would be short maybe tenfold. It would be $250,000 to $750,000 per playground, and if we had 10 of them. So that's why why the discussion is reimagine play spaces. So it's not just putting the same thing that was in there before, but what would the community like to see in that location? Maybe it's benches, maybe it's fire pits, maybe it's skate parks, maybe it's basketball hoops. It's something that would give the community good value for the money, knowing that, you know, there's only so much to go around.
Understood. So how did we come up with $750,000 when we don't know what the cost of the playground equipment is and how many we're doing? How did we come up with that figure?
Through the chair to the chair, that was a council decision previous to this council, just towards the end of last year.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions?
Wendy
May I have a
does.
motion?
No, Wendy does, Joe.
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Wendy, Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you, Joe. Sue, just two things about reports, one of them being the IT security. Have we seen that, and if not, will we? The security audit, pardon me? IT security audit?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, we can provide the details. I did forward an email to council because we do have tests that happen, and I just wanted to make sure you guys were warned not to click on any links. We typically do a high level, like we complied X percentage of the time, so we'll share that with council for sure.
Okay. And then I may have missed this, or I'm not sure if we have it. The date for the landfill closure report was April 30th. Do we have that report? I know there was some problems with it, I believe, correct?
I think it's on the June 9th. Yeah, it's on the June 9th agenda.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Yeah, just one quick question. So I haven't seen, this is to Sue, in regards of the street sweeping. I haven't seen any of the signs yet. I've seen the sweeper out. I had a phone call yesterday. The fellow had to run out at 11:45 at night to move a vehicle. So I'm just looking now. So this street sweeper works from 5 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. So when we have a sign out there, can we have the time posted on there rather than just say we're going to be cleaning today? Like, just so they know, like for where I live, I've got 4 vehicles, no place to put them.
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, we do it in a full day just because something might happen and we need to come back or we're delayed in getting there. So if we put the times and then we come back and we're outside of that time, it really messes up the operations. Is it Main Street then that with the apartments above?
This was a residence, so.
We do encourage, and maybe we can do another education campaign. I believe we've done a survey and there's literally 2 properties in town that don't have another driveway, whether it's from the alley or through the front. And we do encourage people to get to know your neighbors during snow removal events or events where you have to move your cars. We have had people phone in and say, listen, I have 5 cars and I have no place to park them. And my suggestion is you make friends with your neighbors and try to use some of their stalls. I know we've offered on our street to allow people to park in our driveway as well because we have extra spaces than vehicles that we have. I think it would be an operational challenge to try and get there between a specific hour, especially because we're doing multiple streets in one day.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't have a big problem with that. I have a problem ticketing people if we can't tell them that's where I run into
Right,
an issue.
and we can't issue tickets right now because
No.
we don't have authority from council on that, and it is something that we want to bring forward to you, but totally we'll make sure that we address that when we do bring the item back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, can I have a vote on to receive this as information? All of those in favor? Carried, thank you. Item number 10.1, schedule, budget schedules.
Good afternoon, Council. The purpose of this request for decision is to provide Council with proposed dates. It is on. With proposed dates for the 2027 budget deliberations. The proposed dates that administration is presenting to Council are as follows. We would like to hold capital budget deliberations on September 22, 2026. The proposed date for capital budget approval is the October 13th council meeting, and we also hope that our outside agencies, being the RCMP, Family and Community Support Services, and the Wetaskiwin Public Library can hold their budget presentations to council on the same day. Operating budget deliberations are scheduled or anticipated to hold on November 4th, 5th, and 6th of November 2026. As has been a practice in the past, if additional days are required, that is discussed with council and the deliberations continue. The operating budget, we're proposing to present the operating budget to council for approval on November 24, 2026. However, depending on the length of deliberations, that could possibly change. Administration's preference is to have this presented on November 24, 2026. As has been our practice with budget, we do also host public engagement sessions. This year, the first engagement session would be online starting on July 1st, 2026, in collaboration with the What If Wetaskiwin program happening. This will be for a period of 6 weeks. And then again on September 9, 2026, during the city's open house, we will obtain budget input from the public at Co-op Place. With respect to the budget, administration would like council to provide its input into the capital budget by June 15, 2026 and July 15, 2026 for operating items. This allows us sufficient time to incorporate it into the budget package to be discussed then during deliberations. As always, we will ensure that only operating business cases and capital charters that reflect the work required to complete council's strategic plan as outlined in the corporate business plan are presented to council for discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council approves the 2027 budget schedule as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley?
No question. I was just going to bring forward the motion.
Okay, I do have a question to Luke. Now, on October 13th, you have outside agencies. Is the Heritage Museum part of that outside agency?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, in the past, we have not included the museum as an outside agency. We consider the library, RCMP, and Family and Community Support Services to be outside agencies. However, should an establishment approach administration as a delegation to present to council, we would accommodate them. Thank you.
But don't we need to have their financials before we approve some grants? Because they receive some money from the city, and is that not correct?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, the museum does receive support from the city. If council would like the museum to present at this meeting, we are happy to reach out to them.
Councillor Nielsen, and then Sue. Microphone on, please.
Thank you. My apologies. Through the chair to Kevin, we have an MOU with the Heritage Museum, do we not?
Through the chair to council, correct.
And what stipulations does that MOU have in relation to budget allocation and budget allocating?
Through the chair to council, there's certain stipulations in there that they have to meet and report on an annual basis their financial statements.
So for clarification, they have to present their financial position? Because I don't know that they ever have.
We ask, through the chair to council, we ask for it as administration. It's only, I believe, only once have they reported it to council, but we ask for it as administration.
And do we have, as council, then, do we have access to that?
Should council want that in the future, that could be made available.
Sorry, I can add a little bit to that. Because they are a nonprofit society, their financials are public. So council could access that at any time. The reason that we look for accounting was more around the $25,000 for events and making sure that that was spent appropriately, but there has been negotiations over the last year to actually remove events, and I think that was reflected in our last budget. So we are in the process. I met with the museum last week, and we are in the process of updating that agreement and then bringing that back to council for approval. But normally they would not present as part of budget because it's a line item decision that council's made, and in order to get out of that funding, we have to give 365 days notice. So it's more of a budget discussion than them presenting their budget.
Thank you.
Any further questions? On the motion, can I have a vote to receive as presented? All of those in favor?
Excuse me, point of order. It's not to receive, it's to approve the budget schedule.
I got schedule as presented.
Yes, thank you.
As presented. All of those in favor? Carried, thank you. Do we want to stop for lunch or do we want to continue?
We've got 2 items. Doesn't matter. I'd be prepared to sit through 2 more items, Mr. Mayor, and then break before we go into closed session.
Thank you. So items 10.3.
Hello again, Council. This is the 2024 tax auction update on properties located in Creeks Crossing. There were 4 properties located in Creeks Crossing development that were offered for sale but unsold when the public auction was held on September 24, 2024. These properties had been the subject of legal proceedings, but the city has now been advised that it could proceed with tax recovery action on these properties. The balance outstanding on these roll numbers in total as at April 23, 2026 is $29,431.21. The roll numbers are 303-230, 303-380, 303-470, and 303-480. Administration is proposing that council takes title to these properties and then offer them for sale in the open market so that the taxes are recoverable. The disbursement of the funds is directed by the Municipal Government Act once proceeds are received. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
I move that council direct administration to transfer title in these properties to the city of Wetaskiwin through tax forfeiture.
Any debate? If not, call for the motion. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Item 10.4, Boys and Girls Club.
There's 2 items in this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Councillor Wayne Nielsen.
No.
Councillor Wendy Hoyle.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I move that council direct administration to complete an appraisal of the listed properties and to list these properties for sale through a local realtor.
Thank you. Any debate? If not, all of those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, moving on to 10.4, Boys and Girls Club flag raising.
Mr. Mayor, I move that council approves the request from the Boys and Girls Club to raise a flag at City Hall in recognition of Club Day.
Thank you. Any debate? All of those in favor? Thank you. Okay, on the consent agenda. On the committee reports, can I have a motion on that, please?
11.1 was not pulled from the consent agenda,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I got that wrong. So we will move into lunch. Let's say 1 o'clock. Is that okay? Councillor Billingsley.
Mayor Bronco, it's been brought to my attention that I addressed you by your first name and not your title as mayor, and for that I personally apologize to you.
It's okay, Dean. That doesn't have to be. I like to be called Joe. Nope, you don't have to pause. Sometimes I call you Dean instead of Councillor Dean, so Billingsley. So no offense taken, my friend. So we'll break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Good? Okay, I adjourn till 1 o'clock. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor Branco? Okay, going live?
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Mayor Branco, we are live.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. We will move into item 14.1, enforcements and ATI. And can I have a motion that we go into a closed meeting? Counselor White,
I move that we go into closed session.
thank you. At 1:01.
Sorry, Mayor Branco, we haven't voted
Yes.
on that motion.
Okay. All of those in favor? Carried, thank you.
Mayor Branco, we are live.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to come out of closed camera? Council Laura White.
I move we come out of closed session at 2:51 PM.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I believe we're going to move into new business. Correct?
I believe we only have one item there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What is the item? I think we discussed that. Your microphone on, Mark, please.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to withdraw what I had requested on there because I got it answered earlier. So thank you.
Thank you very much. In doing so, no new business. I would like to adjourn this meeting at 2:52. Thank you very much, and we will be heading into P&T.